Looks like things are working here. So, welcome back, comrades. There's Great Ace Attorney. Alright. Is it going to pick up the window? Hope it does. Make things easier. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yes. We'll leave it at this. We'll leave it at this screen for now, while I head over to Discord and start getting the word out, and also make sure that the bot is working to announce the stream this time. Let's see. Here we go. Copy this. Then if we... Oh, okay. Yes, it is still working. All right. So it seems the bot just isn't a fan of our nightmarish friend. Strange that it didn't announce the Thursday Night Terror, but then it did this. The announcement bot is what's still working. The announcement bot in the Discord. That's what I'm looking into here now. Anyway, while I am getting the word out about the stream, to summarize why I am late this time, it seems it seems I have not been paid for my last 3 or 4 months of work, and I don't know why. So I had to start pressing into that. We may have a revolution on our hands, but hopefully not yet. Okay, here we are. Okay, then here, and here, and where else again? And here. Where is the... Here it is. Okay, there. The word is now out in all of the places. Now we can get to what matters here. Actually, wait. That's right, we can't do that anymore because reached the ending. Okay, let me get caught up on the chat here. That's not good. Hope that gets sorted. Yeah, thanks, Fire. My department changed some policies. Now we have to do some signature funds every day to keep our money safe. Institutions hate I mean, they do. You say that like it's some, like it's some great new revelation. But I suppose. Welcome to the revolution, comrade. Anyway, special contents. So, like I said last time, we're gonna start with the escapades. Um, okay. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. So it looks like all of these include spoilers about the first game's story. Okay, so these are all related to the first game. So we can get through them all now. Sweet. Then we can start part 2. 26th February, 9:17 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Here we are again.
Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing.
Hang on. Something's wrong with the screen resolution at my end. Here. That fix it? That did the opposite of fix it for you. Okay. Oh, right. Yes, okay, I know what's wrong. There we go. Then if I take this and move it back here, the screens were reversed. Okay. There we go. Oh, crud. Yes, now OBS gets to get ruined. I forgot to turn off the thing because Perry is not here right now. Okay. Let's keep going here. We need this, timers. There. Okay. It's off. We're good. Close that. Okay. Yeah, this should be good now. Now if I just click over here. Just think, we could be at home with Mr. Sholmes and Iris having a nice cozy breakfast.
But we have a duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain.
I said I'd also make the auto post Discord link into... Oh, right, I did, didn't I?
So I'm afraid this visit couldn't have been avoided.
Actually, that's a straightforward thing. I can do that now. Chat commands... Custom commands... Oh, wait, no! No, I already did that. I already did that. What am I talking about? Yeah. Yeah, that's done. It still posts it automatically every so often so people know it's a thing. But now you can do... Watch this. See? That works now. I suppose not. But is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good.
It is very quiet, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock as it keeps perfect time. What was that, I wonder? The usual comforting sound of the clock seems to have been joined by a less comforting shuffling sound today.
You're right. Something's disturbing the rhythmical ticking. It sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to post. Clumsily. Who are you calling unfit? Oh, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? What am I? Isn't it flaming obvious? 58 seconds remaining, Inspector. We'll have to talk later, sunshine.
Good morning, Lord Strongheart.
Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today. And good morning to you. Business so early in the day?
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's about the other day. We are to deliver our report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Mr. Natsume are now over.
I was hoping that'd be Strongheart Man running to make sure he's not late, given how conscious he is about time. No, he also seems pretty conscious about his suit, so wouldn't want him messing that up. That's probably why he's so conscious about time, so that he doesn't have to ruin his suit. Yes, the little Japanese man. I've already cast my eyes over Van Ziek's report. I must say the outcome surprised me. I thank you for a job well done.
You are too kind, my lord.
It's not here! It's not there! It's not over there either! I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been harrying around between the bookshelves looking beside himself with worry. He's looking for a particular work, The Lion's Pride. Now there's an all-too-familiar title. I'd heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. However, it wasn't able to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time, so I duly stowed the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where that was. No, not there! Not here either! Come on, where are you lions hiding? The book is due back today, so I've asked Gregson to locate it for me with his investigative prowess. Inside 5 minutes.
I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. He's like a man possessed.
Ah yes, that's because his month's salary is staked upon the outcome. What? Wow. No wonder Gregson's so prone to corruption. At whose instigation? At whose instigation? Let me guess, this stony-faced lord. And the 5-minute time limit? What's the significance of that? There is none. Just my vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid.
Oh, by your own admission.
I can't! My feet are killing me. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Inspector. Which means that next month you will work unpaid and have no days off. Oh, no days off. There really are just so many books here. It's overwhelming. For some, perhaps. I've purchased every book, new or old, on the subject of law from all over the globe. Would have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed.
What do you mean, Inspector?
I was a lad. No one ever dreamed of buying books.
Oh, I see. Western books are such luxury items, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings.
No, that's not it.
Oh?
There was a tax on paper, see?
On paper?
Yeah, I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. It was tax levied on any kind of paper, so obviously that meant most folk couldn't afford to buy any books at all.
Ah, so is that why places like the rental library you mentioned before came into existence, Lord Strongheart?
Indeed. Vestiges of the paper tax system, you could say. The general public considers books as items for hire. London is home to a vast lending library of some 3.5 million books.
Kids these days with their fancy leatherback books and bindings. Yep. You couldn't hope to read all of that even if you were reincarnated 10,000 times.
Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it if I knew I would read it infrequently.
The subject of tax has actually surprised us already in the last few days. It came up in Mr. Natsume's trial. It seems that the window in his room was filled in due to some kind of window tax?
That would be true. Fortunately, the window tax was abolished here some 40 years ago. Sadly, in the East End in particular, many windowless houses remain. Britain's always had a bit of a thing for tax and stuff. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards.
Wait, sorry? What was that last one? Did you say beards?
Yep, the beard tax. Never heard of it?
Never. Why should people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow?
You may well ask. I suppose it's because it makes them look self-important.
The Naruhodos will have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think.
Facial hair. You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago.
Even so, it's clearly something the British really love. Paying taxes, I mean.
Paying them? You got that back to front, sunshine.
Good that you trimmed your beard today. Yeah, gotta watch that beard tax, Sparkle. But you can't deny you've had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You'd never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Miss Susato? Yeah, you probably would. In actual fact, I'm afraid to say that you would, Mr. Naruhodo. What? No, you don't mean... Surely there's never been a window tax in Japan? No, but there have been similarly obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax. What was that? It was a tax not on windows, but on the entrance to properties. The larger a property's entrance was, the greater the tax that was levied on it. Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrances due to that old form of taxation. I had no idea.
So you Japanese are as twisted as us Brits.
But we never had a beard tax! I mean, that's really going a step too far. Well, no, that's true. I'm not aware of any taxes for beards, at least.
What do you mean, at least?
Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate did once prohibit them outright.
No beards allowed.
The ruling class prohibited beards? It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was an Edo period edict. But why did the powers that be want to ban beards?
Because it makes people look self-important. Just an idea.
It would seem that rulers in the East and the West have had very similar ideas over the years. There have been other unusual taxes in our history, even in our current Meiji period. There have? For example, though it was before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax. There was a tax on those adorable fluffy creatures, like the one who makes mochi sweets on the moon? Yes, and it was an extremely large tax, too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money.
This just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax then?
Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there was an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital.
A boom?
Yes, keeping rabbits became hugely popular and new species were traded at exorbitant prices. People were even swindled out of all their money for exotically colored rabbits.
Like colored chicks, I suppose. Yep. Bunny money. Hard to imagine, though. Rabbits are so timid and quiet. Wouldn't have thought one could bankrupt you.
So, in response to this worrying social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax.
I suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem.
And it worked because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished.
Well, I hate to say it about my own country, but Japan is strange.
But there's more. After the rabbit tax was abolished, then, of course, society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom.
Oh dear, the government didn't think that one through, did they? Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you are responsible for the running of the country, you will feel the need to raise revenue keenly. Without a stable taxation system, the whole country would go down the drain.
Well, yes, I suppose so, but some of these taxes...
That's precisely why ministers of state use their wiles to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public.
Novel ways?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, if you were one of my country's statesmen.
Me? A British statesman?
Yes, what novel tax would you impose? Pray, give us something truly original. Inside 5 seconds.
What? Oh, think of something that everyone uses, Mr. Naruhodo, and really squeeze every penny out of the population.
That's quite the intense stare. I'm very glad Susato-san isn't in charge. Your time is up. So, what's your answer?
Well...
What's he gonna say? Air, maybe? Yes, how about air? An air tax, you say? You have to pay taxes on taxes. Yep. So you've been dodging your tax, eh? Error, okay, Mr. Krabs. Yep. Well, if it was Mr. Krabs, wouldn't he be taxing water? An air tax, you say?
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. A truly novel and fiendish idea.
Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money! Blimey, you're timing it hard, eh? A somewhat radical solution to a country's revenue problems, but sadly not an original one.
This is probably the short guy from the Lorax. Oh, Aloysius O'Hare. Yes.
Sadly not an original one.
No! You mean to say... Surely not. You mean the tax on air has been imposed in the past?
It was last century. The finance minister of our neighbor France proposed it.
What? If I ever go for a visit, I'm holding my breath.
Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either.
Oh dear, although clearly that would have been an untenable situation. The public at large are a force to be reckoned with.
Don't I know it?
How about you, Inspector? What new tax would you impose?
Let me see. My first thought is a tax on objections.
Oh, screw you, buddy.
Sorry? Been hearing far too many of them recently in court. There's a particular lawyer I have in mind, as it happens.
So I think an objection tax could be very handy. Good to see you don't allow your personal feuds to influence your work in public office. I reckon 5 pence for every objection raised would be about right. A most amusing proposal, Gregson. A most unamusing proposal, my lord. Well then, I think it's your turn now. Sorry, my turn for what? Why, what else? To locate my missing copy of The Lion's Pride. Oh! It's on one of the shelves in this room. Of that, I am certain. Now, I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's stake your student's stipend on it. Fail to find the book, and you forfeit next month's payment. Objection! Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe you just said the word objection. Ugh! Next case, you have to save your client without objectioning yourself into poverty. Yep. Ugh. Kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves. I want a tax on everyone that says I'm wrong. Yeah, that's basically what Gregson's saying. Yeah, see, I had actually started with a respectable opinion of the guy, but it's just kind of gone downhill over the course of these cases. Just wow. This tax is going to be the death of me. Yeah, these are all part 1, so we can get through them all. 9th March, 8:23 a.m. Sholmes' suite. Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for us all.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Morning. Come now, why the long face? Oh, sorry. The thing is, I just had a rather strange envelope posted under my door this morning, with some rather strange things inside.
What strange things? Ooh, what was it, Bruno? Do I catch the scent of mystery in the air?
Nothing so exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It was just 5 orange pips. I can't imagine what it could possibly— What?! Orange pips, Mr. Naruhodo? And 5 of them? What's the matter with you? That's a bit of an overreaction, isn't it? An overreaction? Mr. Naruhodo, you don't understand. It's a warning, a notice of imminent danger to your life. What? To my life? What's the meaning of all this, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, why do you make such an inquiry of me? Because the name of the sender was written on the envelope, and it was yours. Oh.
You're right, Bruno. It says, sent by Sholmes, envoy of hell.
So my little ploy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Hang on. Oh, I was rearranging the I was butchering the emphasis. I was putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable, as multiple of my grade school teachers used to say. It's orange pips, as in orange seeds. Yes, Sparkle is correct. Yep. Sholmes man gave me a literal death threat. I do not know why. Cast your mind back, if you will, Mr. Naruhodo, to the time of our dining last night. Oh yes, Miss Susato cooked Japanese food for us. Indeed. In particular, you may recall the final norimaki sushi roll that I was about to savor. That is, before you swooped in with your clacking chopsticks and filched it from under my nose. Oh, I assumed because you'd left it that you didn't want it. I'd left it, my dear fellow, because I had planned to enjoy it as my very last mouthful. Surely you must have noted my intent by the subtle dilation of my right pupil. Perhaps a clearer sign would be helpful next time. Just an idea. In summary, the post you received earlier is a notice of impending revenge. You should be quaking in your boots. Really, because I went straight out into the garden and planted them. I'm hopeful we may grow some exotic fruit.
There's no point sending a notice of impending revenge if the person you send it to doesn't know what it is.
What does that say? It looks like it's in multiple different, like, this looks like kanji, and then this is some Korean lettering, and then this is possibly Gaelic? Huh.
Well, I knew, of course, because I've read this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews.
Oh yes, of course. It's finally been published, hasn't it? I hear it's selling very well.
It is! 12 short stories in one volume. I've earned a lifetime spending money already!
And it has further bolstered my name. In fact, only the other day, a Bohemian king sought to engage my services. Really? That's extraordinary. Of course, the gentleman persisted with some pretense about being a fishmonger for the duration. But only a fool would presume to be able to deceive my eyes with such a charade. So how did you know that he was a king, then? Why, there is no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied the man's lowly apparel. And though he tried to hide it, the left side of his mustache quivered in a quite manifest manner.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, that's simply brilliant.
Having neatly resolved the case for the man, I was sent a quantity of fresh cod as a mark of his appreciation. I think perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he actually was a fishmonger.
Is that? Can anyone else smell burning?
Oh yes, you're right. And look, smoke! I think maybe... Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone! Really? A fire? We must all leave at once! Everyone out of the building! No, wait! I have to go back to my room first! Are you deranged? If you're not asphyxiated by the smoke, the flames will burn you to death! But my Dharma doll! I can't let my Dharma burn! It means too much! Ugh! Drat! Sorry, but I'm gonna make a dash for it upstairs!
Oh, Runo, you're so funny.
This is no time for jokes, Irish! Go! Quickly, get out of here!
But there is no fire. Is there, Hurley?
Huh?
What a delight to see that ploy enacted in the flesh. I wouldn't have dared to dream I should be so lucky.
Miss Susato? Indeed it was a ploy. A devilment engineered by my puckish spirit. It was all a trick? But why? What did Ryunosuke ever do to you, Fire? It is a simple experiment of the mind, Mr. Naruhodo. When his life is threatened, a fellow is compelled instinctively to protect that property to which he attaches matching importance.
And after your own life, Runo, the most important thing to you seems to be your Dharma doll.
Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Iris? So, you knew all along, Miss Susato, that it was a trick?
Yes, of course. The very ploy is described in this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews.
Not again. I have used that device quite satisfactorily in the past to solve a case.
Oh yes, it was a great success, wasn't it? But then it became something of a habit, didn't it? You started yelling fire at every crime scene. In the end, people started to pay no attention to you at all.
Yes, that's true. There was a time when I was known as the Sholmes who cried wolf. I think there's a lesson to be learned in there somewhere. But sadly, my little ploy failed to yield results this time. Iris was utterly unmoved.
What do you mean?
Well, I was anticipating that Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place. The location of the nest egg she must have cached somewhere in this room. Who's Irene Adler here?
Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings?
Why, naturally. The book is selling like hotcakes after all. Oh wow! I'm actually surprised. You're familiar with the original Sherlock stories, Sparkle? Nice. More familiar than I am. I've read a few of them, but not all of them. Far from all of them. It is a simple deduction indeed to conclude that the prophets must be concealed here within these walls.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you in need of money? I bet I know what it is. It's that new microscope that's gone on sale, isn't it, Hurley?
What else? I have such a strong desire to own one, yet my purse is 1 pound too light. And as no offer of a loan has been forthcoming, I have been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem.
Sorry, Hurley, but I'm not falling for that. Not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf.
Ah! How vexing! You really shouldn't be trying to steal a 10-year-old's savings, you know.
My book is full of little tricks like that, you see. The armory of the great detective.
Except that in this case, both the orange pips and the fake fire fell a little flat, didn't they? Alternative strategy, commit theft. Yep. That seems to be Sholmes' idea of an alternative stratagem. Yep. Oh, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Take, for example, the case of the Boscombe Valley mystery. I'm already filled with dread just from the title. It is a tale of extraordinary skill on the part of the great detective, the skill of tracking. Tracking? When I arrived at the scene of the crime in the eponymous valley, there were footprints everywhere. But my eye was immediately drawn to one set in particular.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, your detective instincts are truly remarkable.
As you know, my dear madam, no detail, no matter how small, escapes the scrutiny of these eyes. So I tracked my quarry, following the trail of his footprints all the way to the man's place of residence. It led you directly to the culprit's house? What a triumph! You misunderstand. It led me directly to my own house, my dear fellow. Huh? For the footprints were, in the final analysis, those made by my own shoes.
Hurley had left here for Boscombe Valley as soon as he received the telegram about the case, you see. And then he followed his own trail straight back here to Baker Street.
Now, Iris, please, you make it sound almost humdrum, but I assure you it is no easy feat. Tracking of this nature is a skill possessed only by the great Sherlock Sholmes. You're right, it really is extraordinary. Quite so, extraordinary is the word, and let it be the last on the subject. Anyway, needless to say, I subsequently went on to solve the case with various other deductions. Yes, it's the various other deductions that I'm interested in. Ah, well, you shall have to read the book then. I'm sure Iris has penned it with her usual flourish.
Oh, absolutely! I've put an ingenious spin on the great detective's exploits.
Must have been very ingenious to make this man sound even remotely credible as a detective.
Wait, does it smell like something's burning again?
We've had enough devilment for one day, Mr. Sholmes. Put your puckish spirit to bed. I assure you, this has nothing to do with me or my spirit. What? Oh no, the smoke is getting thicker! You mean it's not a trick this time? There really is a... Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone! Ah! Mr. Sato, where are you going? Stand aside, Mr. Naruhodo! Ah, easy, Mr. Sholmes, what are you... Mr. Sholmes? Why did he just chuck that bust of Napoleon on the floor? Oh, look at that! In amongst all the broken porcelain. Coins! Sovereigns, in fact, worth a whole pound each! Come, everyone, we must leave at once! Evacuate the building! So you can buy the microscope. He's gonna attack the fire. Yep.
You fell for it early. Hook, line, and sinker.
Wait, you mean Iris?
I certainly wouldn't have guessed that's where you hidden it.
Do you mean to say that this smoke was...
My own puckish spirit needs to come out and play sometimes too, you know?
What? Of course I know what it is, Iris. It's that indoor herb garden set that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you're after.
I want one so desperately, but I'm 4 pounds short. And even though you told me you didn't have any money to spare before, I knew you had a secret nest egg somewhere in this room.
Ugh! You've outwitted me again! You really shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child, you know.
So, thank you for the loan, Hurley. Oh, but wait.
What's the matter?
Where's Susie? She's disappeared.
Oh, yes, that's right. She ran off up the stairs before, didn't she? Oh, what are you all still doing in here? We have to evacuate. It won't be long before the fire is... Ah,
Sorry, Susie. Children will get up to mischief once in a while, you know, but it's all perfectly harmless.
perfectly harmless. Sholmes just smashed his Napoleon bust again. And on top of that, isn't it, like, illegal, like, very illegal to make a false alarm of fire like this? Because, like, it's a really serious issue, and, like, people could trample over each other trying to get out of a building that isn't even on fire, and... just so... Bad, Iris. Bad. Go to your room. No more tea for the rest of the day. Harmless, maybe, but oh so devious.
Oh well, at least nobody was hurt.
Start an actual fire as punishment. Yeah, of course you'd have an idea like that. Apart from Napoleon and my secret hoard. Now, tell us, Mr. Sato, what is it that you went so fleet-footedly to fetch? Sorry?
Oh, no, nothing. This is just... No, this is nothing. Susie, that's your notebook detailing all of Runo's trials, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams.
What? Yeah, that's not surprising. Ah, a testament to the various people you've helped over the past months. Mr. Sato,
Well, I am your judicial assistant after all. I would do anything to ensure the safety of these records. Even risk my life if necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together.
I'm getting all teary-eyed now. Yes, in stark contrast to a certain someone who would have fetched his Daruma doll, I must say. Or just for fun. Yeah. I'm starting to worry now, Fire.
Uh-oh. This will be interesting. 5th March, 2:40 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Hello, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you have a good outing?
Hi, Runo. What's the matter? Your eyes are as big as dinner plates.
Iris, I wasn't expecting to see you here.
I just made some tea, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you like a cup?
A cup or two, yes, definite tea.
All right, Runo. What's going on? You're acting extremely strangely.
What, me? No, not at all. I'm as normal can be. Normality itself, see?
Not again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry? No, what again? What do you mean, Susie?
Whenever he goes out on his own lately, he always seems to come back with a peculiar new purchase.
Peculiar? Peculiar? What's peculiar about the things I've bought?
You seem to think that anything British is a curio you simply must have. You keep buying items of bric-a-brac even though you don't know what they are.
Well, there are rather a lot of bric-a-brac shops and pawnbrokeries and the like around here.
It's when I've been to Lord Strongheart's to give my weekly report. I'm always so nervous beforehand. On the way home, I just find myself in those shops and... Yes, alright, I can't deny it, I've bought something.
You're right, you can't deny it because your eyes are wider than ever.
You really ought to put up a warning sign about them. They're bigger than some potholes around here.
It's hard to resist things in the bric-a-brac shop. It's also cheap. Mr. Sholmes has given me lots of useful advice about how to pick out the real bargains.
You must remember, Runo, that Hurley likes to have fun with you. Take his advice with a big pinch of salt.
Well, that's true. That thing he told me was a pot stand wasn't a pot stand at all. But I'd never have guessed it was a collapsible top hat.
No, and I'd never have guessed that you could fill up this once empty room so quickly. Honestly, it's overflowing with things we don't need now. I mean, look at those scales. Not once have you weighed something on them.
Oh, those. I know, but ever since I first stood at the defense's bench in court, I don't know why, but I've just really wanted my own little set of scales.
Let's see it then, Mr. Naruhodo. What have you come home with today?
Oh, well, it's, one of these. Yeah, the scales I get. The scales are a nice little aesthetic piece for a judicial office, I think. A bit cliche, but I can understand it.
What is it?
It looks all dry and shriveled up in a ball.
Really, Mr. Naruhodo, what is it?
It's a sea anemone.
An anemone?
Yes, I mean, I know it doesn't look like it at the moment. It's all shriveled up, like you said.
Aren't sea anemones living creatures? The ones that dance about on the seabed?
Yes, exactly, the ones that dance about on the seabed.
Oh, they sell sea anemones in bric-a-brac shops here in Britain?
I don't know whether they normally do or not, but I do know that I bought one today.
But why, Runo?
Well, yes, for the aquarium, of course.
Aquarium? I don't know that word.
Well, according to the shopkeeper, keeping sea creatures in tanks was hugely popular here in London before.
Oh yes, some people have some beautiful fish in seawater tanks, it's true. Having an aquarium became popular because the old glass tax was abolished.
There it is again, rearing its ugly head, the subject of taxation.
It was a real craze for a while. Everyone in London had one.
For a while?
Yes, it didn't last long. People's enthusiasm soon waned. It's just far too much work to be changing the seawater regularly in a city like London.
Never a truer word said, I'm sure.
You'd think people might have realized that from the start, really, wouldn't you?
Anyway, That was long before I was born. So now everyone jokes that there's an unloved aquarium covered in dust in every attic in the capital.
And it's true. There's one in this attic too. When I told the man in the bric-a-brac shop about it, he had these words of wisdom. That's why this is the age of the sea anemone. And that made a lot of sense to me. Oh, thank you, Sparkle.
It made sense to you, did it? But Bruno, this anemone is completely dried up.
You just need to soak it in water overnight and it'll be as good as new. That's what the man said.
I'm not sure that it works in the same way as dried wakame seaweed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Once I've saved some money, I'm gonna buy some prawns to keep this little fellow company.
Oh, how exciting! You're obviously teeming with life!
Will it really? Britain is a funny country, though. I mean, a sea anemone craze?
Well, they say people in glass houses about comments like that here, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't forget that there was a very curious rabbit craze in our own country not so very long ago.
A mortifying chapter that people will try to erase from history books 100 years from now, I'm sure.
You know, there was another craze as well before the aquarium one. Have you heard of Wardian cases?
Warty what? No, I've definitely never heard of them. Definitely never heard of them.
They were little glazed cases for growing plants indoors, I believe.
Oh, I see. For plant lovers to raise their favorite tropical plants.
That's right, like different types of ferns.
Ferns?
Do you mean those rather dull plants with lots of fronds for leaves? They're not dull at all. Ferns are lovely plants. I think people wanted to recreate the exotic foliage of the tropics in their own homes.
So they grew ferns? I mean, ferns, sea anemones... Londoners certainly have a knack for the obscure. Ah, yes, and Sparkle's little redemption there reminds me. Remember that there are point redemption things unique to these Saturday streams where I am voice acting things, or just voicing things. So feel free to have fun with that.
Well, thinking about it, my grandfather loved the moss on his bonsai. He looked after it better than the trees.
It seems like the more obscure something is, the more it interests people.
Maybe. Anyway, the Wardian case craze didn't last very long. Now most of the little glass cases are just gathering dust, I think.
But haven't I seen one in your room, Iris?
Ooh, very observant of you, Susie. Yes, that's right. Mine's certainly not gathering dust. I grow tropical herbs in it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I really must ask you to stop all this frivolous buying of strange things.
Yes, all right. Sorry. It's just that, well, think about Mr. Sholmes's room. He has all sorts of peculiar trinkets lying around.
Oh, well, yes, that's true, and they seem to be growing in number. Recently, I've noted a blowpipe, a few beryl crystals set in a twisted piece of gold, a gold-rimmed pince-nez.
I spotted a small gramophone record in there the other day, so I slipped it onto the gramophone, but it was just a whispering voice saying Norbury and nothing more. Oh, I know what that one is. I know what that one is. Let's see if they say what it is here. What could it possibly be about?
Those are all mementos of cases that Hurley solved over the years.
Exactly! That's what I want to create in here! Just that sort of atmosphere.
Ah, a room full of meaningful trinkets, each with their own unique history, you mean?
Yes! Yes, that! I knew you'd understand, Mr. Sato!
But, Mr. Naruhodo, none of the things you've bought for the room have any connection with any of our cases.
Oh, don't they?
Well, for example, take that splendid but rather weather-beaten top hat. That wasn't used as evidence in any of the cases we've worked on, was it? Oh, so you have two top hats if you count the collapsible one as well.
Wait, what? Oh, okay, that one's not... Okay. No, the collapsible one is a pot stand, as far as I'm concerned anyway. But the other day when we were in court, they were everywhere, weren't they? Top hats, I mean.
Well, here in Britain, of course, they're the mark of a true gentleman, so that's hardly surprising. If a man isn't wearing a top hat when he ventures out of doors, he'll be looked down upon.
Gosh, it has very strict rules, doesn't it? The English Gentleman's Code. I've been wondering how I'd look in a top hat recently. After all, my university uniform is black as well, so I think it'd be very in keeping. I can think of... Well, I mean, it makes sense that the judge wouldn't be wearing a top hat. But I can think of someone else who... Some other British gentleman who does not wear a top hat and does not seem to be looked down upon for it. Do you know who I'm thinking of? My learned friends.
Oh, what a good idea! Come on then, Reno, try it on!
The lesson here, I suppose, is that the juxtaposition of student and gentleman is just so strange and wrong. Waluigi? No, Fire. It wasn't Waluigi. He was wearing a hat, not a top hat, but I mean, people were looking down on him and Wario because they were professional baddies, right? Well, I'd rather it didn't suit me anyway. I mean, these hats are ridiculous. Yes, Arms got it, the vampire. I did say one person who didn't wear a top hat. Yeah. Okay, so there are 3 guys who didn't wear top hats. 2 of them were looked down upon for it. I said I can think of one British man who does not wear a top hat and is not looked down upon for it. That's what I said. The Wario brothers are looked down on. But yes, I was thinking of Van Zeeks. Wonder how he gets away with it. Probably just by being extra fancy in other ways. Or maybe just by not actually being British. What about the inspector? He's got a hat. People look down on the... the inspector. Bowler hats work. That I don't think they're touching on that here, but a lot of the time British people would wear bowler hats in place of top hats, depending on their position in society. So, and again, Scotland Yard has its own hat code that kind of differs from traditional British society, because we saw the bobby hats, for example, right? What if they wear a top hat on top of their bowler hat? This isn't TF2 Fire. I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees one of these for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a chimney on his head?
People in glass houses, remember, Runo?
Put a bobby hat on top too. Yep. Then you have your towering pile of hats. Tarnish not its majesty. What do you mean?
Well, what about Japanese chonmage top knots? Those haircuts are the height of ridiculousness.
Ugh. True.
At least you can take a hat off. Once you have a chonmage, it's chon your head for good.
I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees a chonmage for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a cannon on his head? I'm guessing a chonmage is what what's his face, Prosecutor Ouchie back in Japan had going on. The thing that kind of got sliced to bits. Of course it is, Arm. Of course it is.
I suppose that's what it means to have different cultures, isn't it?
On the subject of hats, the one Mr. Sholmes always wears is really very strange, don't you think? I beg your pardon, Mr. Naruhodo. What a thing to say! That hat is the very essence of Mr. Sholmes. Yes, without his deerstalker, the great detective would be unrecognizable. It's called a deerstalker? That's a surprisingly swanky name. It's the hat of a hunter, just like the flat cap. I made up my mind long ago to visit Regent Street and buy one for myself. I'm not sure it's going to fit over your hair.
Well, I think it's perfect for a great detective who stalks his criminal quarry.
What do you think is strange about it anyway? Well, you've seen it. It has two brims, one at the front and one at the back. Why do you need two brims on a hat? Surely one at the front is enough, no? This was my first thought when I saw when I first saw a deerstalker hat. Yeah, deerstalker cap. This is exactly what I was thinking. I was like, why does this hat have two brims?
One moment, please.
If you ask me, it's just Mr. Sholmes' madcap personality coming through. I bet it's so that he doesn't have to think about which way round to put it on or something like that. Mr. Sholmes does not have a madcap personality. He always has a clear head. It's for the eyes on the back of your head. Yeah, Sholmes might say something like that. Or, honestly, no, that's more something Susato would say. Sholmes would be more open about using his other senses.
Deerstalkers were made for hunters who had to hide in thickets when they were stalking their prey. The brim at the back was designed to stop the stalks of plants scratching the backs of their necks.
Oh, so that's the reason. Thank you, Iris, for educating us. Keep the sun away from me. Mr. Sholmes doesn't spend a lot of time in thickets, though, does he?
Well, no, that's true.
Keep the sun away from you. Oh, so on top of everything else, now you're a vampire too, huh, Aram? Wow. Might want to keep that quiet from a certain someone. Probably going to give you grief about it. Well, I'm telling you, it's just his impetuous personality. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it firmly. Ah, here you all are. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Sholmes. I've not long since made some tea, Mr. Sholmes. Would you like a cup? I see I've come at a good time, Mr. Sato. Thank you. Now, I have something I should like you all to see. I've designed myself a brand new Great Detective's hat. What the? There's a brim at the front and at the back and at both sides? 4 brims in total. Your observation is quite correct, my dear madam. I'm a busy man, you see. But with this hat, whichever way I put it on, I shall always have it pointing the correct way. Oh. With my previous hat, I could in an impetuous moment wear it erroneously with the brims on either side. That's impressively clumsy, I would say. And I must regretfully say, I think your madcap theory was correct after all. But really, Mr. Sholmes, with brims on all 4 sides like that, wouldn't it just be better to wear a top hat instead?
Oh yes, then however you put it on, you'd have a brim all around.
Speaking from experience, no. It is entirely possible to put a top hat on sideways.
I've done it. Or, no, it's not that I've done it, it's that I've spun the thing around on my head, like when I was wearing it as part of a costume for a play that I was in. I forget what the context was for it, but I noticed that it only has bilateral symmetry. It's not completely round on the inside. If you have it sideways, then it's gonna squish your forehead and the back of your head, and there's gonna be too much space on the sides. The top hat itself being sideways, somehow staying attached. Oh, you mean like tilting it sideways? No, I'm talking turning it around your head. Any hat with a structure will have a distinctive front. Basically, yeah. Um, the the top hat, you could, like, there was no real difference between forwards and backwards, but sideways there was a difference in terms of how it fit your head. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, yes, then however you put it on, you'd have a brim all around.
What? So true. So true. How could I have been so blinkered to this fact until now? Well, fortunately, I happen to have two top hats here. If you just lift the pot off it, you're welcome to try that one there. Indeed I shall, my good fellow. Much obliged.
Oh dear, Hurley, it looks terrible! More terrible than I could have possibly have imagined.
Oh, that's not good. Maybe it's because of your long face. Paired with the tall hat, it just doesn't work.
Well, I think it's very nice, Mr. Sholmes, even if it will have the whole world in fits of laughter.
Arrgh! I should never have meddled with it. Give me a deerstalker forevermore. I know, right? I wanted to see it. And give me my regulation university hat forevermore.
There's still hope that you'll graduate one day, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't give up.
Oh, this'll be interesting. It's Natsume again. 23rd February, 6:09 p.m. Mr. Natsume's room.
So, Mr. Natsume, are you really returning home? To Japan?
Where is Wagahai? Wonder if Wagahai's still here. Yes, indeed I am. Everything is arranged already. Still hope feels unbelieving. Yeah. It's kind of a running thing in this series where like the side characters will say something to you that's supposed to be encouraging, but it really doesn't sound like it at all. I don't know why I don't know the justification for it, but that's a thing.
We'll be sad to see you go. And after Runo worked so hard to prove your innocence as well. What a shame. It feels like it was all a wasted effort.
Don't say that! I know what you're suggesting! Now, calm down, Mr. Natsume. It's all fine, really. You are in good company here, sir. If you fear the Reaper, you needn't hide... If you fear the Reaper, you needn't hide the fact. I am a proud citizen of the Empire of Japan! I'm not a scaredy cat! Talking of cats, Mr. Sholmes just casually threw one among the pigeons there. A man like me belongs in Japan, not here. That's what I've come to realize.
I wonder, a mustache such as yours is eminently suited to London, I would say. There goes Mr. Sholmes throwing another cat in. The moment I arrived in this city, I noticed. Everyone in London laughs at me behind my back, like hyenas! Hysterical hyenas ha-haing horribly!
I'm sure that's not true, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, but it is! Whenever I turn around and peer down the fog-filled streets, all I see is foreigners everywhere!
Well, there's you, Bruno, and Susie in here, so that's 3 foreigners out of 5 people. I take your point.
Only the other day I was taking a stroll through the fog as usual when a young man approached me from ahead. He was pale and gaunt, his back arched like a cat. Observing his wretchedness moved me so deeply. Ah, I thought to myself, I'm not the only one suffering in this hell. But, do you know what? Can you imagine? It was just my own reflection in a shop window. They know the main character will only succeed against impossible odds. I suppose. Yeah, because the one time we had a fairly easy go of it, it turned out to all be fake, and our client really did do it and tried to bribe us with 1,000 guineas for defending him. Yeah. Anything that goes easily for these pro tags doesn't turn out well, does it? It has to be difficult. It has to be hard fought for it to be for it to be a worthwhile success, a real success, even. A stunning, stinging, stupefying surprise! Don't forget slap in the face. Everyone started laughing at me. Gentlemen thereabouts, ladies passing by. Even the man in the shop window. Ah, yes, and a certain great detective would like to be included among the mirthful. Ah! Mr. Sholmes is really going for Sosuke-san today.
Well, I for one think you're a very handsome man, Mr. Natsume.
There, did you hear that? This 10-year-old girl thinks you're handsome. Isn't that wonderful? That makes me feel suspiciously warm inside. He looks genuinely delighted. I hate to ask. Does this guy have some kind... Does this guy perhaps have some kind of schizophrenia or similar symptom? Because he certainly has similar symptoms to it. This man seriously needs help. Like, I know at the start they played it as just him being really, really nervous, but like now it seems like he's actually seeing spirits and all this other stuff, but then only later realizing that it's not what that's not what it was. But I don't know. I feel bad for this guy. The point is, we Japanese are humble and modest. Studying on foreign soil, surrounded by foreign people, how can anyone possibly enjoy that? No one could! It's impossible! If you're a genuine Japanese!
If you say so.
Actually, it would appear that there is someone. A Japanese man who studied in a foreign country and seems to have thrived on the experience.
There is?
Mr. Ogai Mori. I believe he studied in Germany.
Mr. Mori, pray tell us more of the fellow.
Well, today he's a very successful author in Japan.
Oh, I've heard of him. He's the professor who wrote My Hime, isn't he?
My Hime?
I suppose in English the title would be Dancing Queen, maybe. To be fair, Germany is probably way better than Britain. Honestly, around this time period, Probably. Not so much a little later on. But
Oh, I see. A tale of a woman who waltzed her way through the world, perhaps?
You really needn't make up a silly translation, you know. It's already officially called The Dancing Girl in English.
I thought Hime was princess, not queen. Huh. Well, whatever. They have an official translation here that she's talking about.
It seems Mr. Mori greatly enjoyed his time in Germany. He became close with a local lady while he was there.
Close, you say? With a local lady? A compatriot's criminally contradictory conduct! Well, I suppose your experience of studying abroad depends to a large extent on your character. As they say, many men, many minds. Mr. Mori has an open mind. Mr. Natsume, a closed one. Possibly a slightly black and white view, do you think, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, anyway. If that's how you feel about being abroad, why did you choose to study here? Why did you choose to study here?
No, I got it right the first time.
Why did you choose to study here?
Wasn't it to further our nation's understanding of the English language or something? Yes, that's right. So what were you doing in Japan before you came to Great Britain, then? I was a school teacher. Of English, of course.
A bit cursory, perhaps, but I've managed to discover some information about Mr. Natsume's teaching days.
That's just a little outside the field of law, isn't it, Mr. Sato?
Well, let me pose you a question, Mr. Naruhodo. If you had to translate the English phrase, I love you, into Japanese, what would it become?
It's easy. Aishiteru, or suki desu.
Wrong! According to Mr. Natsume's teachings, at least.
What?
Would you like to explain, Mr. Natsume?
Yes, of course. Your research was very thorough. I always used to tell my students that we Japanese don't express ourselves that way. Rather, we might say, Tsuki ga kirei desu ne. My dear Mr. Natsume, I must interject. Tsuki ga kirei desu ne would translate as, the moon is beautiful, isn't it? I know that!
The point is that we Japanese are reticent when it comes to expressing our emotions. We prefer to show our feelings of adoration, our tsuki, by appreciating the beauty of the moon, the tsuki.
Ah, using the tsuki to express suki. It's amusing. It's an amusing play on words, I see. No! Oh, in language you might understand better. Bad Sholmes! It's not a play on words, it's subtle, it's humble, it's fleeting and beautiful. It's art!
Isn't it just being shy?
My dear fellow, the foreign dancing girl will forever be out of your reach with such an attitude. Ugh. Imagine how the great Mr. Mori would act. He would win the lady's heart in a flash with a well-placed and unrestrained I love you. Ah, that smooth Mr. Mori! Am I destined to live in his shadow forever? Just what sort of man is he in that imagination of yours? The fact is, I just can't settle in this foggy London town with all its foreign inhabitants. I've lost count of the number of different lodgings I tried before I found myself here. As it happens, I even lived on Baker Street at one time.
No, really?
A Sao scholar lives near there, a man by the name of William James Craig. I've heard that name before, I think. His knowledge of Sao is unsurpassed. He's been a great inspiration to me over the... Forgive the interruption, but am I supposed to be familiar with this Sao of which you speak? It's Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare, but in Japanese we write it as Sa and O. It's a phonetic representation using kanji characters, so England is Igirisu, and America is America. come to think of it, we use the same character as Ri in one word and Rhys in another. Talk about confusing. So Shakespeare is Sao in Japanese. Presumably the Sa is a brutal attempt at the first Sha. In which case, where's the Kespir? Shit.
I'd never thought of that. We only have the O left.
Which could even in the most charitable interpretation only be a brutal attempt at old man.
It seems to me that whoever had the job of deciding on the characters for his name got bored very early on.
Complete kanji character catastrophe! So then, on to the burning question. What about me? How do you write my name? Sorry? Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellow! There must be Japanese characters for my name.
Oh dear, I'm sorry, Mr. Sholmes, but none exist that I'm aware of.
What? Am I really nothing to you, Japanese? In that case, it is a matter of paramount importance. You must construct my name in kanji at once. Oh, well, we could use a kanji that's pronounced so to start with, and then use one more to give so, perhaps? I think that'd be about right, Mr. Sholmes.
But that's almost the same as Sao, isn't it?
Yes, you employed the dreaded, oh, I don't want people to confuse me with an old man who died centuries ago. I'm sure the world's greatest literary figure would rather not be confused with you, either. Well, the world's greatest detective is still youthful and full of vigor, so how about so handsome? I hope that was audible, because I don't want to do that, because I don't want to do it again.
Oh yes, that sounds wonderful. I'm sure everyone will be calling you that 100 years from now.
How could she say that with a straight face? That's not how Japanese works!
What about me then? Iris! Perhaps Aihime, since the second character doesn't seem to matter?
Aihime. Oh yes, Princess of Love. That's an adorable name for you, Iris.
Stop, please! With a name like that! Mr. Mori is likely to turn up at any moment and rashly declare I love you! This Mori-san has become quite a character in Soseki-san's mind. And you, Mr. Naruhodo, might I venture Kurobozu has a fitting name for you, as in the Dark Monk. Wait a minute. He already has a... Oh my god. You have got to be kidding me. Ugh.
Oh, that's very good. It describes you perfectly, Runo.
So you think I'll be wearing this black varsity uniform for the rest of my days, do you?
But Mr. Naruhodo already has a Japanese name. I don't believe he needs another.
Finally, some reason.
Well, anyway. We were talking about your life here in London, weren't we, Mr. Natsume? You should just get out and have fun.
The landlady has said as much to me too. Mrs. Garradeb? But it wasn't fun at all. It was frightful.
Whatever do you mean?
A cycle incident! An incident? On a bicycle? Oh, yes, come to think of it. There's an old bicycle parked just outside, isn't there? It's in a sorry state, though. One day he'll get a blue suit, yep. I tried to say no to her, but she insisted I took it for a ride. Perhaps my pronunciation was wrong. So I took my life in my hands and attempted to ride the steel spiderweb stallion to a nearby park.
I really don't think there's anything wrong with your pronunciation, Mr. Natsume.
Joan Garradeb just isn't the kind of woman to take no for an answer. If you're going to die, you might as well die in beautiful surroundings, so the park was my first thought. After a whole day of dicing with death, I emerged with only relatively minor bruises.
So, you got the knack of it?
Don't be silly! Dying isn't something you can learn to do.
What?
Mr. Natsume, you keep talking about dicing with death and dying and so forth, but riding a bicycle is supposed to be fun.
Oh no, that's just what people tell you, but it's an old wives' tale.
Is it?
I mean, just consider the real name of the vehicle. It's not called a dicycle for nothing. No. No. This guy teaches English. How anyone expects to use such an aptly named vehicle to move forwards is beyond me. Pedal power promises pain.
I didn't think it was possible to get worse with practice.
I'm lucky to be alive. Nice, Fire. Nice. Although, I must say, after looking death in the eye for a whole week, I did at least manage to mount the steed reliably. And notwithstanding a few wobbles, I found I could make progress in the forward direction. What a triumph. Deduction is much the same. When first presented with a problem, the mental exertion of trying to solve it leads only to bitter disappointment. But after a week of picking one's way carefully along the path of reasoning and thought, one begins to see results.
So is that why all of your off-the-cuff deductions always seem half-baked?
What a wonderful insight into your extraordinary mind, Mr. Sholmes.
Unfortunately, after wobbling down the street, I noticed there were stones everywhere. Death traps. Not that way, I said to myself. But the wild vehicle wouldn't listen. It wobbled me on and down the street.
He was sent to England in hopes he stops trying to teach English.
So of course I hit one of those deadly stones and the crazy cold threw me. It's just my luck. Bicycles are the epitome of my pitiful life.
I wish I could disagree.
On the same subject, I'm sure there's a famous American author who's written about having a similar experience.
Oh yes, I've read that essay too, Iris.
Some of us are better read than others.
Well, no more bicycles for me.
A famous American author who's written about having a similar experience with bicycles. Hang on.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, at least you have an interesting anecdote to take with you back to Japan, if nothing else.
A famous American author bicycle. I wonder who they're talking about there. Huh. Huh. Okay. Okay, so I didn't find anything about the famous American author who had an unpleasant experience with bicycles, but I did find that Soseki Natsume was a real person. Apparently, he was a Japanese poet who who came to Britain, uh, hated it, became reclusive, but then went back and became a successful English teacher. And one of his famous works was "I Am a Cat," or let's see, You always manage to put a positive spin on things, don't you, Mr. Sato? Yeah, one of his most famous works was called I Am a Cat, or in the original Japanese, Waga hai wa neko de aru. So that's where I guess they got the cat name from in this. Apparently, they had contacted Sosaki's, the real Sosaki's living relatives, and they said that the game's developers could do whatever they wanted with him for this. He lived from February 9th, 1867 to December 9th, 1916. Yeah, he became a professor of English literature at the Tokyo Imperial University when he returned. Yeah, there you go. Interesting little history lesson for you. Personally, I haven't mounted a bicycle for some time. I'm struggling to keep Sholmes and Natsume's voices separate.
No, me neither.
That's good. So how about a jaunt? We shall all ride out together. Huh? That sounds great. I'll perch behind Mr. Sato. But the sun is going down. It would be pitch black before long.
London street lamps are very bright, you know, and the fog isn't too thick today.
And my beloved ride is all bent out of shape. My dear fellow, if you are bound to topple the vehicle anyway, it's fitting that it's already bent out of shape. Nice one, Sholmes.
It's settled then. Come along, Mr. Natsume. Shall we go?
Tsuki ga kirei desu ne. Don't tell me that's his translation of no thank you as well. Indeed, Mr. Natsume, the moon is at its most beautiful at precisely this time of the evening. Oh.
We're not Japanese. You can't beat around the bush with us.
What a weird and wonderful world! That was a long one. Alright, 2 more of these things. Oh, these are Ranced Magazine, huh? How did I not notice that until now? Alright, so this one's about the beats. '30th April, 12:20 p.m., Briar Road. Nope, didn't get to see the cat. Sir, Constable Rowley Beat reporting for duty. Excellent good officers of Lord Van Zeeks. I'm back on my beat here in the capital, doing my best for the good citizens of London, sir.
Ah, my Rolly, back in his Bobby's uniform. You couldn't look any more handsome if you tried.
Ah, my love, you say the sweetest things. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
To us, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper of the Bailey at all.
Oh no, of course not. He's the patron saint of Bobby's.
The patron saint? Oh yes, Pat, you're so right, my darling. Keeping us in pocket he is. On my first day back on the job, what did I find in the gutter? A shilling, my love, a whole shilling.
Oh, Rolly, I always believed in you. I always knew one day you'd find some big, small change.
With just that shilling, I could buy you a cheap bunch containing a single flower, my sugar.
A single flower? Oh, how romantic.
But I'm so sorry, Pat. Only moments ago, that shilling disappeared.
Disappeared? But how, my love? How?
I think maybe... No, I'm sure. It was this girl here, sir. You swiped my precious shilling, didn't you cheeky little diver? Blimey! You took your time getting round to me, didn't you? I thought that lovey-dovey stuff were never gonna end. So, a shilling, you say? Lifted from your work? Don't know nothing about it. Where's the evidence, huh? The evidence, huh? Right there, the evidence is dancing around in the back of your hand, young lady. You stole it from me. You lifted it from my pocket just now. You've got a nerve stealing from a bummy. Cobblers, this coin's mine. How could you know anyway? How could you know if it was taken just now and not? Dear me, you don't get it, do you? We've hardly got a penny to our name, so that coin felt as heavy to me as a bar of gold. Oh, he's still falling asleep. Ah! I'm telling you, the moment it left my pocket, I knew. I felt myself getting a good few pounds lighter. Ah! Yep, that coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it. What's the matter with you, eh, Mr. Nardo? Huh? Me? Sorry? When the lady's in trouble, the troop jet's supposed to be there to help straight away, not an hour later. This isn't my fault. I haven't stolen anything. I haven't stolen anything. What about you, eh, Shelves? I thought you were supposed to be a great detective. Dear me, Miss Lestrade. You took your time getting round to me, didn't you? I thought that long dispute was never going to end.
You only said give us a minute when you spotted you over the road and said hello. And that was 10 minutes ago, Ginny. We've just been standing here listening to you quarrel with this Bobby.
Do beg your pardon, madam. We shouldn't be troubling the public with police business. But that shilling belongs to us, doesn't it, Rolly? Of course it does, my love. It's just for you and me, my darling. This was just supposed to be a nice stroll with Iris and Mr. Sholmes before afternoon tea. Why did we have to run into another fiasco on Briar Road? I don't really see how we could be of any help, Gina. There's no way of knowing who the coin really belongs to if it was just dropped in the gutter.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, Runo.
What?
I have a feeling I might know the answer to the question of whose coin that is.
Ah, my bright young fellow lodger. Let us hear your my bright young fellow lodger. Let us hear your deduction.
Well, there's actually a reason why I suggested a stroll down Briar Road.
Oh? What reason?
You see, I was here yesterday and, well, I dropped a little something. So I wanted to come and look for it while enjoying an afternoon stroll.
Wait, you dropped something? You don't mean...
It was the pocket money that Hurley gave me.
What's this, Iris? You dropped that, did you?
I'm sorry. I went to the market on Lime Street yesterday to pick up some herbs, you see, but on the way, I must have dropped it. The 1 shilling coin you gave me.
Oh! One bob bit?
Yes, and when I thought back over the route I took, I realized I must have dropped it here. Constable, you haven't seen it, have you? It's all my pocket money, and now it's gone.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that, young lady. What rotten luck dropping your money like that? Sorry. Sorry. I dare say the constable and his companion could give you a run for your money with their wide eyes. If it's all the same to you, Mr. Sholmes, I think I'd prefer not to be used as the yardstick for looking guilty. Well, it's tough really, ain't it, Iris? You dropped it, so it ain't yours no more. Anyway, you know what they say, what goes around comes around, so don't feel bad. Bad luck, Iris. It doesn't look like you're gonna get your coin back.
Oh, I can't believe I've lost it. And straight after Hurley gave it to me as well.
Yes, regrettable indeed. I seem to recall that particular coin was rather significant. What do you mean significant?
To be specific, it was especially significant to you, Runo.
Significant to me? Ah, you don't mean it was the coin from last night's wager? The very same, my dear fellow.
What's this then? What wager? It was a game of poker, a duel between Hurley and Runo.
Poker? What, that tricky card game, you mean? As a lawyer, I have the perfect poker face. You'll never be able to tell what I'm thinking, said he. But depriving Mr. Naruhodo of his entire fortune was even easier than finding that missing thoroughbred. Ugh, it was so infuriating reliving it. Reliving it now still makes me grit my teeth. Sorry, Iris, I had every intention of paying you back the money I owe you, but you'll have to wait, I'm afraid.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, next month is fine.
Let me guess all now. Your old fortune. It was 1 whole shilling, my entire monthly stipend, and I lost all of it. And as I handed it over to Mr. Sholmes, I gritted my teeth so hard my gums started to bleed.
Please, Runo, don't exaggerate. That's a horrible image.
What about a lawyer who borrows money from a 10-year-old girl? Now that's a horrible image. Why do I feel like my reputation with this couple has just fallen through the floor? There are few things more invigorating than taking a man for all he's worth.
Don't be so pleased with yourself, Hurley. It's not as if Runo ever had a chance of winning.
Wait, what? What do you mean by that?
Well, using that special ink I developed, anyone could...
Thank you, Iris, that will do. I'm sure this conversation is proving very dull for everyone. What's done is done. The game is over now. There's no point crying over spilt milk. You cheated! Special ink, you say? Well, sir, that sounds like the sort of risky business that's right up my alley. Oh, Rowley, I love your dauntless spirit. You laugh in the face of danger.
Go on then, Iris, spill it. What's this special ink about, eh? Well, it's what's sometimes called invisible ink.
Yeah?
All you have to do is write the suit and number on the reverse side of every card. And with the aid of some special glasses, the whole game is laid bare to you.
Wait, you were wearing glasses last night, weren't you, Mr. Sholmes? You said something along the lines of, my eyesight appears to have suddenly worsened. And the moment you failed to question that as odd was the moment I knew I had won the game. Mind games, was it? Trying to throw me off with your eccentric ways? He didn't cheat, he just used his special detective skills to use the ink to gain an edge over the opponent. Tomato, tomato. Potato, cyanide. I don't know whether to make the joke about sunburnt potatoes or only having one potato and then you get sent to the gulag for having the potato. I'm sorry, the execution's just not there right now. I'm not Latvian, or was it Lithuanian? I think it was Latvia that makes that kind of a joke. Anyway.
So you're telling me Shams could see every card one auto ad?
What? But that's not mind games, that's blatant cheating! My dear fellow, what an accusation! Would you honestly consider me a cheat? Please, I prefer trickster. Whatever you call it, the game doesn't count now, understand, Mr. Sholmes? Dear me. Well, out of respect for the bad grace with which you take defeat, allow me to return your shilling. Did you hear that, Gina? So give it here!
Huh? Leave me out of this! This here one more bit was mine from the start, no question!
No, sir, that there one bob bit was lifted from Monsieur Bobby's pocket only a few minutes ago. So you keep saying? Come on then, where's the evidence? Huh? The law, right, is all about evidence. I know my stuff. You see, Mr. Naruhodo, use a trite excuse in court, and others would parrot it. Only whenever I do say that in court, it isn't as a trite excuse, you know. As I said, sir, that coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it. That's right, it has. Rolly's blood, sweat, and tears are the evidence.
Blood, you say? In that case, it's time for this!
Do you think?
Well, if there's any trace of blood on that coin, we'll soon know about it. Alright, Jenny, hold very still.
What? Ah! Look at that! See there on the coin? It's clearly changed color. In other words, there is blood on this coin. Once again, as I said, son, that would be my blood, sweat, and tears.
Oh, wait, I've seen blood turn that color before. Yes, I know whose it is. I know whose coin it is.
What?
The rightful owner of this blood-stained shilling is... Bruno!
Huh? Me? And from the appearance of the blood, I would say it is quite fresh. Left within the last 24 hours. Within the last... then in that case... So, this is the coin what Sholmes had off Otto last night in the poker game. Oh, Bruno, do you mean you really did make your gums bleed? I told you I was so infuriated to lose I had to grit my teeth as I handed over the money. Yeah, I saw that coming. Blimey, you're as hard up as me by the sound of it. But I thought you had a proper job. Come on, Gina, just hand it over, would you? The shilling that's rightfully mine. Fine, alright then. Just stop your bleeding staring. I finally have it back. It's like a dream come true. I nearly had that one in the bag and all.
That's wonderful news, Bruno. I'm so happy for you. Now then, as you promised. I'd like my money back, please. The shilling I lent you before. You did say that you'd pay it back out of this month's pocket money, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Well then, I suppose. My dear fellow, do be kind to your gums. Looks like that shilling was always destined to be taken from you, sir. For some reason, the phrase "serves you right" is floating around in my head. So, Iris, as promised, here is the shilling I owe you.
Oh, you're repaying me already? Well, thank you. Next month would have been fine, though.
What's it all about anyway? What are you lending all the money for?
Ah, yes, well, actually, it's because I went to the Lime Street Market yesterday to buy herbs. For Bruno.
Herbs? For Otto? Yes, the tea Mr. Sato left behind is top quality Gyokuro tea, but it's just so bitter. So when Iris suggested mixing it with some herbs to make it more palatable, I asked her to buy me some.
That's right, we've made a special Japanese herbal tea with the leftover Gyokuro. I'm gonna call it Susie's Special Blend. I do hope you'll all try it.
The excruciating bitterness clings to the throat, if you can persuade the bright green gloop to leave the cup. Why, it sounds quite delicious. Yeah, right. Well, it would appear this shilling's brief adventures are now at an end. Adventures? You must agree, my dear fellow, that the coin has made a considerable journey since last night. Let's see, originally it was the coin I was supposed to give to Iris to pay her for the herbs. But then in our poker duel last night it passed to you, Mr. Sholmes, who gave it to Iris as spending money.
But then I dropped it here sometime yesterday.
Then my beloved Rolly found it a little while ago and picked it up before it was lifted from my pocket by his diver.
I then used my favorite gun to show up the blood that was on it.
I let slip about Shelb's little scam in his card game last night, the annulment of which resulted in the coin returning to the ownership of Mr. Naruhodo, allowing me to pay Iris the money I owed her after all for the herbs she bought in order to make Susie's special blend tea.
And now, after all that, the coin is resting safely in my pocket.
Which has a hole in it. Or Gina may have taken it again. Yeah, you're right, that was an adventure. What are we supposed to take away from it, eh? That this 1 shilling coin belongs to Iris and Iris alone, I think. I cannot fault your observation, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, you know what they say.
What goes around comes around.
What goes around comes around.
Yep, there it is. Why do I get the feeling that Iris knew it was coming around to her from the very beginning? Priceless, as they say. Well then, my dear fellow, how about this evening we indulge in some bitter tea and a bitter rematch? I'll even allow you to stake the coming month's spending money in advance. I fold. Alright, last one. In the Bailey. Defendant is none other than Sholmes himself. Oh, this'll be interesting. Date unknown. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, this is new. Alright, here we go. Oh boy, Gregson's at the stand again. Great. This court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Dun dun dun. This is a most extraordinary case of murder. Counsel, I assume I may proceed? Yes, my lord. The defense is ready. At your discretion, my lord. So they finally found the bodies. Yep. Very well. I hereby call on the prosecution to introduce the case. The incident in question took place 2 days ago, late at night, when the ground was blanketed with snow. The location of the incident was the residence of the accused, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Indeed. The now famous address is number 221B Baker Street, was it? The address may have enjoyed fame once, my lord, but it will henceforth endure infamy for this grim crime. Yes, sir. Well put. The victim, a certain Madame Rosie, was found asphyxiated on the accused's sofa. My word. But it's unclear as to whether the victim was actually killed in the defendant's suite or not. After all, when Mr. Sholmes left the room for only a brief moment, Madame Rosie somehow vanished herself out of his room completely. Vanished herself, counsel? The victim. Quite true, my lord. There is but one adjoining door between my drawing room and kitchen. Yet having brewed some tea in the kitchen, I returned to find the room completely empty. You wonder if this is for when Napoleon was killed? Oh yeah, that would have been interesting. Find the room completely empty. There was nobody else present? Ordinarily, my fellow lodger Iris would have been at home. However, on the day in question, she had been invited to a meeting of a scientific society in the city. I'm afraid you have a propensity for exaggeration, sir. You claim the victim vanished herself, but really, it seems to me entirely plausible that she chose to leave via the main entrance to your suite. As it happens, my lord, the door to the accused's room was locked at the time, from the inside. Hang on, I need to... Oh, I see. Very true, Inspector. As such, I can say with considerable surety that the victim did not leave via my front door. But what about, aha! Yes! She could have snuck out through a window!
Objection!
The windows in the room were not locked, it's true, and the victim had the opportunity. However,
Doesn't his suite have a window too, though, or was that tax evasioned out of existence? Ha 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 ha. Good question. Knowing Sholmes, it was probably tax evasioned out of existence.
however, there was snow all around the building outside, not a patch of it had been disturbed. Would my learned friend care to explain how the victim could have left without leaving a trail?
So the victim, Madame Rosie, somehow vanished from the scene before she was killed.
Ah! Naturally, I was alarmed by the sudden disappearance of my guest. Obviously, she flew. So I summoned this gentleman who resides in the attic room above my own, and we took a cab to Scotland Yard. I can confirm that the defendant called for me, and I saw his suite on my way downstairs. And yes, I'm quite sure it was empty, just as Mr. Sholmes has said. When we reached the yard, this very detective happened to be there.
Well, yes, you see, I was just in my office for a while, having got back from some, important business.
And then, having explained the situation to the inspector, we traveled back to Baker Street together. At that time, there were no footprints in the snow around the building other than the ones we'd made.
Do I take it then, counsel, that you personally witnessed the scene where the incident took place?
No, my lord. I went straight up to bed in my own room in the attic.
Inspector Gregson, however, was met with a most blood-curdling sight. On Mr. Sholmes' sofa, the vanished Madame Rosie, motionless.
So the victim was already dead when you discovered her, Inspector?
No, my lord, not dead, but not far off it. She mustered all her remaining strength to say these dying words. That rotter, Sholmes, will be the death of me.
Ah yes, I overheard that remark at the time too, delivered in a rasping voice full of malice. No!
Those words indeed proved to be her last. The victim expired moments later there on the sofa. The cause of death was identified as damage to the respiratory tract as a result of strangulation.
Oh, I was gonna say allergic reaction maybe, but I don't know. This is weird.
Pray, does the accused dare to contest the inspector's account?
Certainly not. In fact, the inspector has done an unusually fine job of summarizing the salient points.
Sholmes will be the death of me. Damning departing words indeed.
In her final moments, the victim named her killer. You, Mr. Herlock Sholmes!
The allergen strangled her. Ha. But the defendant had no reason to take the victim's life. Perhaps you could tell the court, Mr. Sholmes, who exactly this Madame Rosie was? Ah, yes, of course. Did I never mention her to you? I'd extended an invitation to her that evening, though she is loquacious in the extreme. The most trivial of matters quickly becomes a quarrel. I was only too pleased to leave her presence to make tea. Great.
It would appear then that the accused did in fact have a motive for silencing his eristic guest. Permanently.
You were thinking it was a pet until she started talking. Putting that tenuous motive aside, what about the other mysteries surrounding the case?
I'm inclined to agree with the defense. There remain a number of inscrutable details. The victim's alleged disappearance and subsequent reappearance, leaving no trail of footprints, for example.
That's right, the crime described by the prosecution could never have happened.
Yet the victim named the accused in her dying breath. It seems to me that my learned friend has overlooked a significant detail here.
Nonsense! What have I overlooked?
The man in the dock, the so-called great detective, all too frequently makes the following bold claim. There is no crime beyond the realms of possibility, no mystery beyond my powers of reasoning.
Ah!
So, Mr. Sholmes, you will have no difficulty in explaining how the crime thus described could have taken place. Therefore, I propose a toast to the great detective upholding his name.
But of course, were I to put my mind to the matter, the crime would immediately appear to all present to be entirely feasible. Please, Mr. Sholmes, whose side are you on? All you need to say is, no, even I can't think of a way that a crime like that could have been committed.
Let the accused's admission be noted by the court. Though the crime may appear impossible to us mortals of inferior mental capacity, this man alone claims to know exactly how it was done.
Sholmes just says, oh yeah, I totally killed her. Now hold on, that's a very fragile argument.
Thank you, Constance. I believe I've heard more than enough to proceed to my adjudication. The accused great detective did, in some inscrutable manner, willfully murder the victim, Madame Rosie. I therefore find the defendant
Guilty.
guilty. Let this man be taken from this courtroom and in some equally inscrutable manner be sanctioned for his crimes. Court is adjourned.
The stream keeps skipping for you. Yeah, my bitrate is a bit bad right now. Sorry about that, Fire. My lord, please. The truth about the mysteries surrounding this case are known to another besides the great detective.
What's this?
Upon my word, Mr. Narhodo, you are coming along wonderfully.
You've deduced a fundamental truth about this case, I believe.
Which would be, detective?
That the truth to this case is known. Only to the true culprit, obviously. Is that not so, Gregson?
Ah! What? Well, I suppose, yes.
You don't mean... Are you suggesting, Mr. Sholmes, that you have an idea as to what actually happened that night? Well, yeah, he said so earlier. An idea? My dear fellow. I could explain the entire incident from start to finish without a single detail omitted.
Objection!
It seems the detective has failed to grasp the situation.
Pray, Mr. Reaper, which of us has truly failed to grasp the situation, I wonder?
Then answer me this. You claim that prior to the incident, the victim suddenly vanished without a trace from your room. If so, how exactly did Madame Rosie disappear?
Why, naturally, via the window. It was ajar, after all. But that can't be! The room is a whole story above street level, and anyway, no prints were found in the snow. There are any number of ways one could avoid leaving tracks in the snow, surely? Such as? Such as flying, for instance. Was that you who suggested that before, Fire? Let me check. Oh, it's still... Oh, I skipped ahead by mistake.
A fatuous notion! And to where do you propose the victim flew, Mr. Sholmes?
Is it not entirely plain? To the culprit's abode, of course. For having left my suite, that is clearly where Madame Rosie was murdered. Take a moment to consider the cruel irony, if you will. By her own volition, she flew directly to her death.
Objection!
Do you forget, detective? The victim's corpse was discovered on your own sofa.
No doubt, because her killer carried her back there. But what about the lack of footprints in the snow again, then? There just weren't any. Other than our own from when we returned home ourselves.
If by our footprints you refer to your own and mine, you are quite right, but there were those of another. On the night in question, there was one other person who could have conveyed the victim to my sofa.
What?
Was it Gregson?
Good gracious, to whom do you refer, sir?
A man whose somewhat unavailing presence at the scene of the crime would be questioned by no one. Gregson. Unavailing? Ah, you don't mean... Indeed I do. A man who hastened to the scene directly upon learning of the incident at Scotland Yard. Namely... You, Inspector Gregson!
Ah!
When you arrived at my address on Baker Street, you were carrying the half-dead Madame Rosie with you. You waited for a suitable opportunity and then laid the victim on my sofa.
He did what?
Well, remember... But we were with the inspector when he arrived. How could he possibly have been carrying the victim? We would have noticed. My dear fellow, a most obvious answer presents itself, does it not? The inspector is rarely, if ever, without his overcoat. The victim was simply conveyed in one of its many pockets! Oh my god, Sholmes are... He's really lost his mind this time.
I fail to see what makes this detective great. But I can say one thing with great certainty. A human body cannot fit into the pocket of an overcoat.
I believe you may all have fallen foul of a rather significant misapprehension.
What?
Repeating words. Huh. Oh! Oh, I get it. You're saying Madame Rosie is a parrot? Oh, that's entirely possible. Yes, yes, that would make sense. Yes, but then poor parrot. Good catch. I didn't notice that. Madame Rosie was not a human.
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Narhodo. Something troubles you, perhaps. Whatever gives you that idea? Exactly what sort of creature was Madame Rosie? Is it not apparent already? A parakeet, of course. Huh? A most self-conceited specimen, in fact.
A parakeet?
She was an incessant talker, I must say. Her manner was quite intolerable at times. What to turn every conversation into a quarrel, I thought to strangle the creature on more than one occasion. You had a quarrel with a parakeet? But of course, why else would she have chosen to fly from my window so uncordially that evening? To the abode of the inspector here beside me, no less. Yes. That Sholmes will be the death of Gregson, and so he said that as he was strangling the bird. Yes. To Inspector Gregson's abode? But why? Because that was the parakeet's home, naturally.
What are you...
The inspector was called away from town for some days, so it was arranged that I would look after the bird. All this means is Sholmes would argue with himself. Yeah, pretty much. But it would appear that she was overcome with a sudden yearning for her keeper, thus prompting her flight from my comfortable suite to the inspector's office at Scotland Yard. Well, Gregson, I believe it's high time you explained. Give us your account of what happened that night, sparing no details, of course. Inspector Gregson? It was an accident.
You would try to get Sholmes locked up for murder over an accident over your parrot? Your parakeet? Oh my god, Gregson. Just when I thought you couldn't stoop any lower. Wow. Wow, Gregson. Wow. You are truly despicable. I got back from being away that evening, you see. I just walked through the door of my office. Never imagined Madame Rosie would be on her way back to the yard as well. I slammed the door shut behind me, just as she was trying to fly through it. Not only that, but went along with everyone else, assuming the victim was a human instead of saying it was... Yes, exactly, Fire. That's what I mean. Charged for murder of a human. When... Yeah, we need to take several blood samples from this guy, I think. Yes. Just as she was trying to fly through it. So Madame Rosie... She got sandwiched between the door and the frame and fell to the floor. Never to move again. Because of me. Why, never. I had to do something. Just when I was trying to think of a plan. You fellas arrived talking about some incident at Baker Street. Ah! I'd eyed Madame Rosie in a hurry. So I stuffed her in my coat pocket and got in the cab with the pair of you. What could possibly have motivated you to behave in such a manner, Inspector? Lord Strongheart, sir. What? Lord Strongheart? Please tell me I didn't hear that right. It was the Lord Chief Justice who asked me to look after the bird in the first place. She'd been living with the pigeons at the Supreme Court until then. But apparently the other birds had started to pick on her. So for the past 6 months or so, I've been caring for her in my office at the yard. Or she. If anything happened to that bird, just imagine. No pay and no time off for the rest of my career. You mark my words, that's what's going to happen. That's why well...
But the victim's dying words, Inspector. The court heard earlier that Madame Rosie spoke the name of her assailant on her deathbed.
That rotten Sholmes will be the death of me. So not prison, but death is on the line. Yes. Indeed she did. Quite uncalled for, wouldn't you agree? But those words are your true feelings, are they not, Inspector?
Ugh.
Clearly you speak of me often at your office at the yard in this disparaging manner. A manner that the merry parakeet took much delight in mimicking.
Well, come on. I mean, have you read this month's edition of Rants magazine? I'm sorry. This is all absolutely true. Something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks?
No, nothing. I almost drifted off for a moment there.
It's hard not to drift off when you've been kept waiting 3 hours already.
I wonder if we'll manage to meet with Lord Strongheart at all today. We may have to deliver the report on the Windybank case that he asked for on another day. Tell me, Inspector, what became of that bird?
Madame Rosie, you mean? She had a narrow escape, but she's still alive. I delivered her back here not long ago, actually, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
How about you go directly to the gulag? There we go.
He's hoping the pigeons will accept her now. It was something of a shock to hear that she'd been crushed in the doorway of your office. Especially as we were all under the misapprehension that Madame Rosie was a person. Sorry about that. It was Lord Stronghall's demand that... Oh, good, you're here. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds late.
See, why do you even use this thing if you're going to be late, dude?
Oh no, my lord, no, please don't trouble yourself. Nothing gives us greater pleasure than standing here doing nothing for hours on end. Heartening. So, let's hear it then. Your report. The Windy Bank trial is concluded, but this is far from over. It seems that dark Far Eastern lawyer and I have some shared destiny. We will meet again, of that I have no doubt. You see that, Lord Van Seeks, did you? Madame Rosie went flying off among the pigeons there, happy as Larry she was.
Oh, did you see any any birds here that were Madame Rosie?
Really, Inspector, you must be relieved.
Achievement unlocked Ace Aficionado. Alright. I take it that's just for going through all the escapades. Outfits are only available for... Okay. Yes, Rosie isn't actually dead, thankfully. There. I've put alternate outfits on everyone. Okay, yeah, this is just the achievement list. Okay. Back. Alright. Now we still have about an hour and a half, I'd say. Actually, wait, 6:40. If we're going to be doing this for 4 hours, then actually, yeah, we have another 2 hours. I just need... Let's see. Select adventure. Over here. This one. Achievement unlocked Bespoke Tailor? Oh, playing the game in all available outfits. Okay. Let's see. Okay. No, I do not wish to skip this. They didn't check to make sure Rosie was actually dead before putting a man on trial for her murder. Yeah, seems that way.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Why does she sound Scottish?
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another horrible crime.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh!
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Episode 1. The Blossoming Attorney. Well, yep, her goose was indeed cooked. And it is delicious. No one's gonna miss her. At least, I'm not. 13th August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Age Chamber 3. Wait, yeah, that's right. I hope we got the samples.
Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Okay, so you're still alive. I thought he was sick. I know. Oh, yeah. I get the impression we were supposed to think that that was her father's grave. But then it was Kazuma's. Yeah. Yeah, it seems we're going to be playing a Susato for this case.
Oh, good. You're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born.
Goodness! Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing! Ray Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend.
Remember me? Well, not really.
Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder.
Of someone no one would miss, again, I repeat.
Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful.
The victim not even dead, not even real. Yep.
Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
The judge also not real. We're living in a simulation. Don't let them in on that.
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father?
Yeah, here comes the gay. Yeah, I was thinking that. She gay. She gay AF.
What? Is that?
Hang on. I'm gonna do something here. Options. Records, save. We're gonna go here. Yes. Okay. Back. Then we're gonna go. I'm thinking she may be in another new suit. So I am going to go back. Special contents. Taylor. Turn this off. There. Now continue. Yes.
Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that. No! What are you doing? What's going on? What?
Just quit the game and didn't even save 43 times before quitting. Not even a real gamer. No, I'll do it 2 or 3 times if it's Monster Hunter, but this is pretty. The save mechanism in this is pretty easy to remember and hard to, I guess, obsess over that way.
That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge! Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University! A male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
Oh, nice! Is that Gen Alt Fire? That's good. I've actually cleared all the quests in Gen Alt now, and now I'm just trying to get the crowns, the size crowns.
The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
Oh, Rise. Okay, cool. Hope you managed to get through it in time for Sunbreak.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. So that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course. You're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes.
Oh yeah. Hella gay.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
So Susato has to pretend to be a guy in the courtroom. Can I give her an Eggman voice for the trial? Sure. Let's see. Has to name the victim. Yes, okay.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think.
It certainly helped bolster my confidence today.
Yeah, I'll start the voice when we get in the courtroom. Per your request.
Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly.
Susato, you do believe me, don't you?
I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder.
Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right?
Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer.
That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant! Counsel!
So the prosecutor should be Sonic? Okay, this will be interesting.
Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Alright, let's do it.
You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh! Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder?
There he is, in the new outfit that Iris made.
Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead.
We're really in court over the bird on her hat. Yeah, that would make more sense.
Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
13th August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. Alright, let's give this a go.
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
There's the outfit. Okay.
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready!
Yes.
Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo? Is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this adventure. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right, that's me. I mean... Yes! I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan! It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo currently. You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo currently in Britain as part of a study program. That is, his cousin! That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in the matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them!
Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of...
Shut up!
I won't have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh,
Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. Have you seen the lawyer she works with? Those eyes are the most accurate thing she can do. I know, right, Aurum? I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are want to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
All right, it's time to prove myself.
Yes, Your Excellency!
But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Rey Skywalker. Yeah.
Maybe someday.
Oh dear! This is a dismal failure! Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course! The court record!
Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key... Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
The court record.
That's right. Just use E to open the court record.
I'm pressing it. It didn't do anything.
Then you need to flip to the people section with E. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
All right. Check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be. Uh-huh. Single deep stab from behind, piercing along, and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Okay. This again for people. Guilty of the murder of, yep. Appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. Uh-huh. Okay.
I'm waiting, Counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Now, this is completely ridiculous, but apparently I have to do this for an achievement. It's Sonic. This is supposed to be your best friend, and you have to look her name up in the court record.
The victim in this case is... Yes! Prosecutor Taketsuchi Ouchi!
What? Why the sudden triumphant cry of yes? Are you threatening to kill me?
He seems angry. And you're surprised? Did you consult the court record? You must look through it carefully. Oh yes, I did, of course. I looked at everyone on file. And I chose the person whose features appeared to be the most deathly. I must say, this most unusual methodology of yours leaves me almost speechless. It occurs to me with renewed certainty that reading the information carefully is vitally important. I strongly recommend it.
Oh dear, I simply can't ignore that imploring look.
Your Excellency! Please allow me to amend my answer.
I was about to type out that that was a threat, but the prosecutor man beat me to it. Very well.
Very well, I will excuse this incorrect response given your wide-eyed state of panic. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Yujin Mikotova!
The victim in this case is none other than Professor Eugene Mikotoba. What? Well, to be written off by one's own child. Father, you seem suddenly so much older and wearier than you were mere moments ago. Because of you, clearly. The judge is asking for the victim's name, the person who was killed in this case. Look through the information in the court record again, carefully, before you kill me, for mercy's sake.
Oh dear, I simply can't ignore that disapproving look. Achievement unlocked, Father Frustrator.
Yeah.
Anyone else would have failed the competency test at this stage. Yep.
Your Excellency, please allow me to amend my answer. Very well, I will excuse this incorrect response given your wide-eyed state of panic.
It's Josiah Brett. We know that.
Yes!
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Josiah Brett.
Josiah Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question.
Just keep looping between the prosecutor and your father, man, until the judge dies of old age and your client can go free. Imagine.
As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything.
Josiah Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of Queen Victoria.
Okay, I have to say this. I have to say this.
Queen Victoria, obviously. Obviously not. The Queen of England, studying overseas. I thought it sounded a little odd.
Leave me out of this. I'm sure you know all the details of the case in question from 9 months ago.
Oh, yes. How could I forget? I know every last detail about it. Then what on earth was that absurd answer you just gave?
Queen Victoria.
No more absurdity, please, counsel. You will amend your answer. Yes, of course, Your Excellency.
Did they both have to call my answer absurd?
Behind the woman's student persona was the face of a killer. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Josiah Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of your...
Oh, wait, who's talking here? I'm confused now. Oh, okay. It must be it must be Egg Lady, Man, Tomboy, cross-dressing. Okay.
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, I was indebted to the man.
Yeah, see, I thought it was the dad man talking too, but then they addressed the dad man. So why would he be addressing himself as Professor Mikotoba? In the second person. That's why I got tripped up.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor for when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Josiah Brett.
Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Someone wanted to silence her. They thought the blood sample was more important than the voice sample. I can understand that. Not sure if I agree, but I can understand it.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed!
You'll bet this was McGilded? Possibly.
Only the day before! That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh!
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Over the first hurdle. Yes. That's the thing. It's the government secrets thing. I don't think McGilded was in this deep. But I do think that this is related to that weird conspiracy thing that came up at the very end of last week's stream. That's what I'm thinking. Surprised she had that long? Well, I mean, it would have taken a while for someone to get from Britain to Japan to take her out, because this did seem to be based in Britain, and there wouldn't really be anyone else in Japan in on it to take out Miss Brett if things went wrong. I don't think she had like a cyanide tooth or anything. Nor would they have trusted her to use it if she did. They had to keep her quiet, but it would have taken a long time for them to get someone over here to do the job. You see what I'm saying? They probably wouldn't risk using a telegram for it because, well, they know that that's bugged because government secret exchange, right? So,
now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung.
You just meant with how often this world has murders, you expected someone else to dislike her? Well, we have a confession here. We have a confession here, everyone. Never discount the usual suspects. Fire, you really need to you really need to keep that more in check.
An injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. No, I really can't. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about a powerful motive.
You're clearly exaggerating! Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut tut tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh no. Powerful motive isn't an overstatement if you've known her for more than 3 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Oh, well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred.
Oh no! Ray! Be careful of what you're saying!
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about...
Membami-san.
Yes, what is it, Naruhodo-san!
I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly how would he say this? Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right, we need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about that.
Just leaves this. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. Brett Lady asked accused lady to join her in the hut, so accused lady... Yeah, that doesn't add up. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. No, that doesn't come until later, Fire. We need to drag this out long enough for whoever actually did it to come out so that we can get a sample from them. And then we can take a sample from this guy once we're done. See how this works? We're told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. Blithering fool. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Who even cares? No one liked Goose Lady anyway. I just like to know things I just like to know things for the sake of knowing things. You know that, Fire. Though you do have me that this is fairly low on the priority list. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry. Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I! In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. Who killed her needs a prize, not a blood sample. No. See, Arm. That's what I mean. We're gonna take the blood sample from the prosecutor and give it to whoever comes in as a prize. See how this works? Bottled hedgehog blood. I'm sure that has some sort of alternative medical benefit. No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
Oh, the bird died too? No! No, the bird. Did the bird do anything wrong? That's the question. What's tragic is that the bird is dead, Fire. See? As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
Uh-huh.
As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
No, you don't.
Witnesses? But who? I thought you said there were only 2 people present. One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. Is it Hosonaga again? I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Urgh! No way! I can't believe this!
Very well, counsel. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
What does highly respected even mean in this series?
It means nobody has any standards. That's what it means.
I, Sonic the Hedgehog, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse.
Hang on. Let me try that again.
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Yes, that's right.
Messed up your do. Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Hedgehog family name will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Ah. Yep. That's right. I appreciated that little detail too, Fire.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Whatever that means. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchie growth. Observe the sonic growth. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you! And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Rei's life.
Yeah, there he is, Hosonaga. Oh, why? Why is he here?
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, the sensational success by Sosuke Natsume.
Who's this guy? Oh, he is writing a book called I Am a Cat. See? Who's this guy, though? Did the prosecutor just admit he's crazy and therefore unfit? Well, yes. But I mean, we've seen all sorts of We've seen Van Zeeks do all sorts of crazy things, and he's still kept in the courtroom.
Oh my goodness!
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
I'm switching between a few different Eggman voices, just depending on the mood, I guess.
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even.
Yes, that too.
Yes.
What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
You don't think anyone here is fit to practice law? That's probably accurate, Fire.
Yes, of course. I know.
I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that has been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
I suppose it's this disguise. Is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present.
But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san?
Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Oh, thank you very much!
He practically threw that paper at me. The Soseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. Newspaper containing an article about the discussion between my father and son. I have to check the back of that newspaper, don't I?
Anyway, following my interview with the professor.
Oh, no, this is magnifying glass. Oh, yeah, he's doing his thing here. I wonder what all this says. Be interesting to read. But there's too much kanji. Oh, yeah, there's the cat. Hello, cat. And a bicycle. Yep. This guy already looks pretty dead inside. Alright. Nothing to study there for more evidence.
The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. His head is in that neck. Yep. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Yes.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach.
Oh, you still haven't gotten that checked, huh?
But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so...
No. Yeah, and the victim really was the Queen of England.
I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my!
Oh my! Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now.
Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation.
Ah, but if only I had! I'd never have seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret!
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
The witnessed scene.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
There's a contradiction.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What?
Now, if you'll recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen. Is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What, is that the weapon? Is that the knife?
That thing is why the Brett is dead! What? What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. I'm gonna examine the pen.
Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. Ah! No way! I can't believe this! This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
The fountain pen has been entered into the court record. So, have I omitted anything? Why can't I examine it? Oh, they're probably locking that out so that I have to so that I can only do it during the tutorial. Wait a minute, this pen has a hidden camera that actually captured footage of the real killer, Magnus McGilded. Are you trying to tell us something, Fire? Are you, in fact, Magnus McGilded? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, you could have fairly easily faked your death in a medium with which you were all too familiar. Hmm. And you certainly fit the nationality bill. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now.
Well, there's an obvious glaring flaw.
Naruhodo-san! Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes! Me! Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Really? It's WJ. Oops. Sorry, there's something under my desk, and I think I just tipped it too hard, and it kind of fell down too hard on the floor. Sorry about that. Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. The witnessed scene. It's not that one. It's not that one. Nope. Meh. Single deep stab wound from behind. There's this program that flips words. Yeah. I think I've used that one before, actually.
Okay.
Objection!
Objection!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who, what, where, when, how?
Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me.
In your statement just now, you said the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What?
Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosonaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Oh! And Soseki-san.
Me? Me?
You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Now I know a better way to... Oh. Oh, you really like poking the lion, don't you? You're the kind of... Orm, you strike me as the kind of person who would go to a zoo and pick up a stick to poke the lions in the cage with it. And that's basically what you're doing at this point. You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly!
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san, in fact, saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be!
No, the kitty can't fight back. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. You don't know the kid. You think the kitty can't fight back, but in reality, but then one day the lock breaks, and the lion gets out, and exacts its horrible vengeance. You literally need to do 1 + 1 for the judge. Yep. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Well,
This takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Oh, am I about to be hit by the outdated autopsy report? I hope not. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. Third-rate lawyer with a fourth-rate objection. Yeah, that's this guy right now. That's Sonic. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Urgh! All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Ah! He's not gonna get away with this! I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade... Hang on. But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Yes, going for the jugular.
What does Father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... It was... Is she not a medical student that worked with a doctor? Yeah, that's the thing. It's obviously not stab her again. Why would she want to hide the knife, right? So I feel like this is a trap, but it's the only answer that I don't know for absolute certain would get me penalized by the judge. We're gonna have to pull a fast one on the judge here, because if she's a medical student, then she'd know that pulling the knife out would actually do way more damage than putting it in, right? But Eggman, Susato here wouldn't know that. So I can be excused for proposing this when it's not feasible. Let's go for it. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is,
Being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Ugh, is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may,
Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean...
Oh, that was the right answer.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Witness testimony. Forensic medicine primer.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
There it is.
That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Time to press.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. What? Are you confessing to a murder here?
Oh, well...
I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
Susato!
Yes?
Pull yourself together! We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah!
counsel. It's time for your cross-examination. Oh.
Yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand.
What am I doing?
I understand.
Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh! Well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. When you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ugh. Ugh.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is...
Clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What? Clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense.
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba?
I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Press.
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's Oh my god! But irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
That condescending smile.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive...
Sorry. Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant! And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law! Man.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please.
Ah, yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago was Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual.
Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities.
Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless! I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere! If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like this when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. There it is. Yeah, they were locking me out of examining the pen so they could force me to go through this dialogue first. Can't say I'm a fan of that. Ah! I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do. Come to think of it, she probably did it to threaten that lady's life further. Quite possibly, Fire. Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with space. By the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. See, now I can do this. Yes? Is it dinner? Hang on a moment, please. Yes? What is it? Oh, supper? Okay, I'll be out in a second. All right. So after this evidence examination thing and starting the press thing, then I'm gonna have to call it. So, because dinner's ready. If we take off the pen's lid. Oops. Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? Oh, here we go. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
The details of the fountain pen have been updated in the court record. Small reservoir inside into which ink can be drawn. There is a very small amount of liquid still inside. What's this?
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
The details of the fountain pen have been updated in the court record. Okay. Now what happens when we examine this?
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
Okay. Small amount of liquid still inside. Okay. Let's see what we can do with that.
Yes! I'll do it straight away!
Typical pen. No one has ever used a pen until it completely ran out of ink, yet any pen you find it already empty. Mm-hmm. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. What if... I have a crazy theory here.
Objection!
And I'm wrong.
What about the witness's last statement there? Well?
The question is, counsel, what about those wide eyes of yours? Well, it's not that.
Alright, I just need to try to remain calm and examine the evidence again.
Hang on a second. Oh, so now suddenly this is 3D. Joy.
Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, father?
This is what we saw the evidence as last time.
It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt.
Now we want to turn this over and see what's on the other side.
This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well.
Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Oh. From Yume's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen. It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it! No way! I can't believe this! We need to read this article very carefully.
The article about the poison has been entered into the court record. An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at UMA University. Even my father, who was responsible for the lab, knew nothing of the incident. Okay. Back. What happens if I examine this? Exclusive deadly poison stolen from UMA Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at UMA Besoski Natsume on 11th August has come to light. Very disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body entered via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Okay, so it seems Brett was got with the poison. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Okay. Present this.
Objection!
Okay, that's it. So if she was working on this poison, why stab Brett lady? Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to leave it on a cliffhanger here because I do not want to keep my dinner getting any colder. So thank you for watching, everybody. Oh, hang on. I did not mean to do that. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. This is what I meant to press. I just want to save. Save here, yes. Okay. Back. Exit game. Up. Oop. And again, be sure, I'll just go through the usual stuff here. Be sure to follow if you haven't. Subs would be appreciated. Later today, I'm going to be working on some more emotes for subs. And don't miss Tuesday when I try again to get that final star in 74 10 years after. And also, Perry will be back with more Inscription, Casey's mod, on Thursday. So be sure to follow and join the Discord in case there are any changes of plans. So you can see when it. So you'll be the first to know. And again, thank you for watching, and till next time, comrades.